passage of play. We'll reset here. Hannon Dolby bowling here to Pope, and it balloons off the front pad via an inside edge. That with nearly a chance. Half volleyed into the hands of the man at mid-wicket. Adam Collins with you, Ali Brown with me. We'll just see a replay of this ball, then I'll explain why the scoreboard reads as it does. Yeah, maybe a foot away from giving Sam Hayne a genuine chance at that. So we've got this quirky situation where it's 191 for 1, the score 10 runs along from where it was this morning. But Ben Folkes is batting. Now, why is that? That's because Dom Sibley, who was 64 not out overnight, was injured yesterday, soft tissue injury. And retired, hurt overnight, ends that Hannon Dolby maiden. So the lead's 189. It was 179 when we resumed this morning. A pair of beautiful Ollie Pope boundaries to get Surrey going in the first over of play. We've had 3 since the resumption. It's cloudy now, and we expect rain will arrive in the not-too-distant future, which is a factor as well, as Surrey try and advance their lead beyond 200, and as far as they feel they need to give themselves enough time to bowl and win this match. But yes, the news that we received upon going to air, Ali Brown, was that Dom Sibley isn't here initially, and Ben Folkes has the job instead.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to probably protect Dom for next week if he's got something fairly serious. There's a very fine batting lineup and a very positive one as well, which Surrey will be looking to take advantage of the next few overs. I mean, we started play and it was quite sunny, and we've found in the first quarter of an hour it is getting grayer, but the clouds still look high enough. But if we look. A gauge is often looking over Clapham and seeing where they are, and they're looking at probably about 20 minutes away. Could be something with a bit of precipitation, but I mean Surrey will want to play positive. They're looking probably for 350, and hopefully about 3.5 sessions minimum to bowl Warwickshire out.
Past the edge. Yeah, what Surrey do enjoy is plenty of time in this game, even if rain did arrive, and it will, and wipe out significant chunks of the third day, provided the weather remains okay tomorrow. They've got time on their side and a healthy lead. So they control the game as it is, because they batted so well yesterday. That final session, 120 runs added, going at just on 4 and over. And the partnership that reached 89 by stumps between Sibley and Pope. Oh, that's kept low.
The old one does keep low, and actually cloud cover has made a difference here. I think we saw last night the sun was out, and probably a good time to bat. Surrey took full advantage of that. We've just seen we have seen some balls keep a little low throughout the last day or so, and but the cloud cover just giving a little bit more movement than Warwickshire saw yesterday.
So Bamber operating from the pavilion end. Got the wicket to fall yesterday. That was Rory Burns, who made 54 in that opening stand of 92, which was just what Surrey needed, having conceded a 2-run first innings deficit, with Warwickshire reaching 248 yesterday. Their tail wagged to the tune of 44 runs for the last 2 wickets to get them above the 246 that Surrey made on day one. So they've definitely laid the foundation, lead nearing 200. The game within a game, how much time will they get to bat on this third day with rain about? Folks, a second quick single, the first of which, when we weren't on air, there was an opportunity for a direct hit run out. Ed Barnard at the time went down and pinged at the non-striker stumps and didn't hit. Had he hit, it might have been. Folks gone right away. It looked out to the naked eye. So they're going to bat with purpose. They're going to try and score from practically every delivery. The 2 boundaries from Ollie Pope to get them going bookended the first over. That clip through mid-wicket, then an imperious cover drive.
Yeah, I mean, they were fantastic shots and quite noticeable for me. I think Ollie Pope just getting his front leg a little bit further across than he was at times yesterday, but he played those beautifully and let the ball come to him, and a couple of great drives.
Ends the over. 1 run from it, 192 for 1, leads 190. And just how important Pope will be in that bigger picture around the winter. Of course, a job to do in the next 3 weeks for Surrey, let's make no mistake about that. But looking beyond, as the lights come on here at the Kia Oval, first time we've seen the lights on through the morning. Different to the old days when it'd have to fire up. These days you flick the switch and there they all are.
Well, I played when we actually used to bring the the lorries out. We had like four lorries, I think, 4 or 5 lorries. And if the weather wasn't great, make a bit of a mess of the outfield. But that's what we used to have.
And they would erect the lights on the back of the lorries, as required. Brilliant. Folks, through cover point, across the square, that'll reach the rope. His first boundary, short and wide from the Warwickshire opener, 196 for 1.
To be fair, those first floodlights weren't particularly good. You get parts of the ground that are a little bit dark, but they did a job, especially when we started getting to coloured clothing and night games. But they've improved, and I think there were complaints from some of the neighbours. I mean, if you go back, if you look to the left and the gas holder side, it's all being redeveloped and regenerated, which looks amazing. But it used to be, if you went back probably 25, 30 years, some of those sort of houses and flats were sort of, there's no one in them. So,
right.
But there were complaints from the neighbours for, the lights sort of at 10 o'clock. So, but nowadays they're higher. They're sort of are they halogen or whatever they are, and they're very impressive. And they also shape the ground, I think, when you're coming into the ground. I mean, I come in via Vauxhall, and it's quite nice as you pull in. It's sort of a statement of where the ground is, I think, when you see the floodlights in the shape of the feathers. So it's a great addition.
I've been coming in from different angles this week due to the tube strike and getting whichever bus links up from whichever route, whichever far-flung route I've been sent to via North London. Anyway, and you're right, it does. It's like a beacon, isn't it? Those floodlights, and the way they're angled down towards the ground's also quite impressive. They remind me a bit of the floodlights they popped up in Canberra about 10 years ago. They look like lacrosse nets. They won a bunch of awards for their designs there. I wouldn't be surprised if they do here as well.
But you almost don't notice them, if that makes sense. So that when you're in the ground, they sort of almost seamlessly fit into the ground. Whereas I said the early trucks, if the weather wasn't good, it took a while to get them out when we had the old Vauxhall end, and you'd spend about 2 or 3 weeks trying to repair the grass.
Did you ever have a scheme here at the Oval in your era, like it was at Lords with young cricketers, the YCs being on the ground staff? Was there a version of that here at Surrey where some of your younger junior players were commissioned to be part of the ground staff?
Not so much. I mean, growing up, we had a Nescafe system, which is they were sort of the sponsors of the youth group at the time. We all used to go around with our little red bags, but we didn't really have an academy or anything like that. If we go back to that sort of stage, and then you obviously go through your age groups and then your young cricketers, and if you're deemed good enough to get a contract on the staff, that's pretty much how it happened. So not academy in those days, but certainly a very good Nescafe system that we came through.
Yeah, right. Clipped hard for 1. Well, that's where Ken Barrington started his long journey here at Surrey. It was on the ground staff after the war before he eventually graduated to the playing ranks. And I think I'm right in saying Barrington originally played here at the Oval for the Surrey ground staff. That was his initial.
Well, the stadium over there, the Ken Barrington Centre, is sort of named after him, and that was opened by the Queen in 1991.
Oh, right.
Because I made my first class debut in '92, so I missed meeting the Queen by a year. But I mean, that was and the ground has changed since then with a number of stands going up and looking very impressive.
Another clip to deep square leg to finish. Run a ball at the moment for Surrey, 198 for 1, leads 196. Yeah, the Ken Barrington Centre got a bit of a facelift during the winter as part of the work that was done on that side of the ground underneath the Bedser stands. So always improving and tweaking. There's some work going on at Lords this week, actually. The Allen stand, which joins up to the pavilion. The smallest stand at Lords is being decommissioned and replaced with a new one at the moment as part of the redevelopment plans at headquarters with the Tavern stand and the Allen stand. But I love the Allen stand. This tiny little thing. It only holds about 900 people. A favourite place to watch over the journey, and they're doing that work this week. They're starting the process of pulling it down.
Well, Lords is one of my favourite grounds, and I say that because I love the Oval obviously, but Lords you didn't get to play every other year. Sometimes you could even be playing at Uxbridge or something like that on an outground, so you didn't get to play there as many times as you might think, especially for 4-day championship games. But I grew up watching players there and grabbing their autographs, and so I'd always get there about an hour earlier than normal whenever playing at Lord's.
Turned down very fine. That's exactly what Pope was trying to do there. He knew that there was the space with Bamber not operating with a traditional fine leg sip, also accurately. The way he's moved across the stumps this morning's been most effective, up to 69, and that lead an even 200. Another milestone on the way to Surrey being able to dictate terms in the third innings of the match.
Yeah, they have to be watchful, Surrey. I mean, as I said, the cloud cover is coming in. As I look out to the right, you can see some of the houses sort of misting a bit, which probably means there's a bit of rain over there. But I think Surrey have played very well. They want to keep their wickets in hand and be very positive. But yeah, to this point, I think they're in a very good position and playing positively for the runs that they need.
Did you ever have a big day out at Lord's when playing for Surrey, where everything just clicked and you were able to make the most of playing at a ground like that?
I think Lord's is my best ground because I didn't play that many times there. I don't know what my actual average is there, but I think it's as big as anywhere. But I did have a 265 in there, so yeah, it's probably my best ground, I would say.
Shot. Pope's been in great nick this morning, bisecting the two fielders on the offside. Not a lot of room to work with, didn't need it. Gallops to 73, that leads 204.
Yeah, he's playing really well this morning, Ollie Pope. I think for me, he's just getting that front foot across a little bit more than yesterday, which means he gets that left shoulder into the ball. He's driven superbly, 2 or 3 times through the offside and once through the leg. But
yes, your suspicion is broadly correct. There are grounds where you had a better record than Lord's, but not many. I'll run through a couple. One's a ridiculous number. An easy steer there for Pope, well wide of the off stump, moves to 74. So you averaged 96.16 at headquarters, 2 first-class hundreds, including that 265, which we'll come back to in a minute. You averaged 233 at the racecourse at Durham. That must have been, your first couple of years when they were still playing there?
Well, I started off pretty well at Durham. I was fortunate to play against my idol, Ian Botham,
right.
Which was great to catch him at the end of his career, which was probably the best time to play him, and the start of mine. But I ended up with 175 there. I think my first 3 games against Durham were all hundreds. Yeah, I think I got 175, a 150 not out, and a 172, I think, at Darlington. But
10
yeah.
from the over 208 for 1.
Having said that, Durham were actually the best first-class side I ever played against, and that was in 2009 when I was at Notts. They were, I never played Test cricket, but they were as close to that as possible, with probably 3 or 4 seamers that could all bowl in excess of or up to 90 miles an hour, and they didn't mind going for your toes or your chin. So it kept you busy. But yeah, so it was nice to be part of that era when Durham came in as the 18th county. Yeah, they cherry-picked a few players. Wayne Larkins, who sadly passed away recently, was one of them. Simon Hughes, David Graveney. They had some experienced old heads, and got Durham off the ground.
So Michael Booth only bowled 4 overs yesterday. Interestingly, came on late in the day. Change of bowler for SSE Energy Solutions, powered by them. Climate change won't wait. I'll come back to that after this ball. First ball, bang on. It's time to hit the ground running with Sustainable Energy Solutions. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. So you mentioned Darlington, average of 99 there, an early 100 against Durham, 172. And then the other ground where you had an average with a 9 in front of it was the recreation ground at Bath. Is it that beautiful ground where the wall's painted white in little sight screen?
The Bath is... it's interesting playing at Bath because it's half the rugby pitch as well. So depending on where you are, you can be... about a third of the ground is...
inside edge shaved folks there, otherwise that was going to crash into his front pad in front of middle.
A third of the ground is part of the rugby. So if you're on the outfield, you can get a bumpy outfield depending on what that's like. But it's interesting playing there because playing there certainly in some of the games there, we had the fastest bowler I ever played against, who was Andre van Troost. and then you had Mushtaq Ahmed, who was the best leg spinner I ever played against. So between the two of them, you were tested with how brave you fancied you were, and also how silly you could look if you couldn't pick Mush's googly.
Many tried and failed, famously.
Well, I failed a few times, but he would actually, when he let it go sometimes, he would actually, in flight, he would shout, "No clue." I wish I'd made that up, but that's actually what he used to do. He's an absolute genius of a bowler. I got to face a lot of leg spinners in my time. Shane Warne was probably the most consistent, never really bowled you a bad ball, and Mushy just bowled at a pace and guile that was quite deceiving at times, but he was very good.
So overall at Lords, 5 matches, a couple of centuries, including the 265. So obviously that was against Middlesex, but what were the circumstances of that innings?
The circumstances.
What year was it? What was it?
I can't
remember much about it?
I can't remember. I think. Mark Ramprakash was definitely playing for Middlesex in that time, so it was around about the time that he came to us.
Shot.
So I'd say.
Folks, into the teens. My apologies, Ali. With his second boundary of the morning in that direction, enough space to cut Booth away. His first bad ball takes the lead up to 212. It was 179 when we started here half an hour ago.
Yeah, my guess would be about 99, something around about there. But because I think Ramps came to us around about 2000, so yeah.
If I had more time, I'd go through the card with you. It's the kind of thing Daniel Norcross will probably just remember when Ali Brown made his 265 against Middlesex at Lords. Tasty. I'll leave that one with you. I'll jump out. It's going to be Ali Brown, followed by Daniel Norcross. The lead is up to 212. It was 179 when they got here this morning. No further loss, but Dom Sibley not here this morning with that soft tissue injury. So folks 13 and Pope's advanced from 56 to 75, including 3 lovely boundaries.
Yeah, it's been a very good morning for Surrey so far, adding to the overnight score and not losing any wickets. The worry is that the mist is coming in as we look out to the right. The houses that I was looking at, and we're talking about probably 15 minutes away, seem to be evaporating. There is rain coming in. It hasn't got here yet, but it's probably just a matter of time, Dan.
I would say in the next 5-10 minutes, probably. I don't think that rain is going to be the one that finishes the day off, though. So what will inevitably happen is there'll be a lot of faffing about, Ali, and then they'll realise that they should take an early lunch, which they'll do at 12. Everything will get tied up, be lovely. They'll walk out at 12:40. Rain again.
Well, this is actually, it is, in a funny way, it's actually quite good for Surrey, because if we do have overcast conditions, which it's been for the last 15 minutes, for me, the ball has done a little bit more. The odd ball keeps a little bit low. There's been a bit of movement. And I think yesterday when Surrey batted and the sun was out, it was a lot easier to play. And I think today is going to be one of those days that hopefully, Surrey obviously have 9 wickets in hand. I know one of those is Dom Sibley with a minor injury. But I think Surrey are in a great position. And if they were to push forward and get to probably the 350 that they're looking to gain, any bowling in these sort of conditions could easily bring some wickets.
And also a little bit of moisture could get up the pitch, can't it? That's been carved away nicely. We'll get a couple for it. As Pope advances to 77. The other thing that could work to Surrey's advantage is this period when there's a bit of mizzle. And they don't come off because it's only mizzle. But in the doing of that, you just kind of juice up the surface a little bit. Well,
they set the bar a little bit, didn't they, on day one when we had quite a bit and we stayed out. Having said that, behind it wasn't that much, whereas I think it's starting to come in now.
It's a lovely delivery, just snaking past the outside edge with a 62 overall ball as well, which is another reason why there's a little bit of encouragement, I guess, for Surrey's bowlers.
This will be a sort of a 10-15 minute period if they do stay out there for that long, where Surrey could lose a wicket or two. I don't think. Well, I hope they don't. But you just feel that there's a little bit more happening in this period, so it's a tricky, watchful period for Surrey.
Yeah, it's a sort of period where you just don't want to get out because it'll be absolutely infuriating for you as you see the rain then come down 5 minutes later and think,
Well, so it's a fairly strong blanket of colour as you look at it. It's not like patchy. It's it looks like it's going to be here for a while if it does come, and it, you know, there's a possibility that it could, you know, sometimes it slides down the river, but as I said, looking out from where we are, when it comes, I think it's going to come for an hour or so.
Four off the over though, 218 for one, the lead 216. Well, you're pretty much on the spot. We can give you a break now, by the way.
Yes.
Witters is here. Rain ending in 37 minutes, says my radar. Okay. So that suggests that it's already started.
Well, it hasn't. It doesn't look too bad from here, but you can see probably about 5-10 minutes away, it's filling in. So, yeah.
But if that's the case, then, you know, 40 minutes of rain, it could even get back out potentially before lunch, but it's that awkward period, isn't it? Where you can't take an early lunch now. It's too early. I think the earliest I'd be able to take it would probably be noon today. You can tend to bring it back half an hour, can't you? I think so on a normal 11 to 1 session.
Even if Surrey lost a session, I think they're still in a fine position to be able to be aggressive with 9 wickets in hand, and they probably get to where they want to, probably with, you know, with more. You know, sort of aggression than they might do if they didn't lose the session. So it's that's not an issue, and I think it will be patched. It doesn't look like loads of rain, but it looks like persistent, and you know, it looks like it's coming.
Oh, it's gone straight through him. And there's a bit of nip off the pitch, 82 miles an hour from Booth. Wasn't dissimilar to the ball that did for Dan Worrell in the first innings.
Yeah, there has just been that little bit of movement. Just as I said, the last 20 minutes, it just had that little bit of movement off the seam, touch of swing.
And that's to a man who's well in as well. That has not gone too far over the top of the stumps. Oh, he's got him. Advancing, takes out middle stump. Pope looking to get on with it. And the breakthrough has come. Pope just came charging down at Booth there. And he's played all across it and taken out the middle stump. And he'll be irritable, will Pope, with that. Because he may do exactly the thing we said he wouldn't want to do, which is walk off, and in about 5 or 10 minutes' time, watch everybody else walk off as well. But that will slow down Surrey's momentum. It's a wicket that Warwickshire desperately needed if they were going to try and slow down Surrey. What they want to do is force wickets as Surrey force the pace. But Pope goes for a beautiful, elegant 78. Some lovely shots in there. And quite a few this morning as well.
Yeah, I think he'd be very frustrated with that. I think the ball before made him sort of change what he wanted to do. I think maybe a little bit of an inside edge or on the way down. But yeah, I thought he batted brilliantly this morning. I think he looked really good. His driving in particular, I think, was as good as I've seen for a while. And yeah, he'll be frustrated, but a very good innings that's put Surrey in a strong position, and Dan Lawrence will be probably more aggressive than most. So whether that's a good thing for Warwickshire, I don't know.
Well, we shall see. Yeah, you take a break. Katas is here. Katya Witney. We haven't had Katya on this match. You've arrived just in time for the rain, Katya. Which I know you love the rain.
Adore the rain. Nothing more I like. I do feel like we are on borrowed time here. I've been watching it get slowly greyer over that right-hand side of the ground towards the river.
I mean, it's quite dark now as well, isn't it? One thing that is encouraging is that if this is not deemed to be bad light, then we've got a bit of leeway, haven't we?
Exactly. I do wonder whether just how, because batting's been quite tricky this morning, and as it's got progressively darker, it's got trickier, and I wonder how much that had at play in that Ollie Pope dismissal, just getting slightly frustrated.
It could have done. I mean, it's a bit odd to be frustrated when the lead is 217 and you've got quite a lot of time left in the game.
Yeah, I think you could just see signs of him getting slightly antsy, and you can see when Pope's getting slightly antsy because he gets a bit kind of more frenetic, even when he's not batting, when he's around, when he's stepping away from the crease. You can see his movements getting a bit more jarred and juddering, and he's talking to himself more. And he had that absolute perler of a delivery before the dismissal.
Yep.
And I just wonder whether there was a want to get on with it before the rain came, or...
But he can get on with it after the rain's gone as well, can't he? I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I think that's exactly what happened. But it's frustrating. And the frustration is always that everybody loves watching Ollie Pope bat when he's in full flow. And I do think players like him come in for more stick than is fair. And it's largely because we're having a really good time.
Yeah, I agree.
And now we're not as much because he's out.
Yeah, I agree. He's one of those really entertaining, even when he's not scoring at a particularly fast rate or even scoring that many runs, he's just an entertaining player to watch.
Now, Lawrence just pulls out of that. Don't know whether there's some movement behind the bowler's arm or whether just distracted by a gust. It is really windy now. It's really windy. It's really grey. I know we keep telling you this, and we've been telling you this for about the last 15, 20 minutes, but it is a gloomy, grim scene out there, and these are all bonus balls that we're getting to watch.
Yeah, it does feel like Surrey have had the worst of the batting conditions during this match.
Well, I suppose yesterday they had a pretty decent run of it at one point, but yeah, I mean these are challenging conditions, and if you're Surrey, I'm not quite sure what the plan would be here. I would be thinking that you need to weather this storm. Andrew.
Ollie Pope had a pretty good game, 50 and 78.
Yes.
We all love Ollie Pope's average at the Oval, but it's sadly been coming down in recent times. After 24 games, he averaged 94.51. And the last 10 games in a row, his average has come down at the end of each game, including this one, despite scoring 50 and 78. He now averages a mere 71.84 at this ground in first-class cricket.
I mean, it's pretty good. Now then, the rain has come. And that is going to make his mood even worse. 5 balls after he got out. Not only has his average come down, but the rain has come down. And the ground staff are rushing to get out there because the rain has come. And it's a kind of, well, if I said heavy mizzle, you'd say drizzle. It's in the air as much as it is anything else, isn't it, Katya? You can't really see great sheets of rain falling down. But trust me, as I look away to my right, there's a very important landmark, which is there's a skyscraper that we can see if we look over the top of Archbishop Tennyson School. And when that is shrouded in grey, you know you're toast, really. And you can also see from the camera there have been some little droplets of water. There's the map summary. Surrey resumed this morning on 181 for 2. They've added another 38 runs to extend their lead to 217, but in the process they've lost Ollie Pope in that last over before the rain came, charging at Booth, inside edge, back onto the middle stump. He went for a hugely entertaining and elegant 78. Dom Sibley, it says 64 there. He's 64 retired, hurt at the moment, or there's another retired not out, I believe is the technical term, as the rain really does now start to sweep in. We were informed he had a soft tissue injury, so he didn't come out to bat overnight, which has meant that Ben Foakes has gone out there instead. He's unbeaten on 15. Dan Lawrence has only just arrived at the creases, yet to score. And 2 wicket takers, Booth 1 for 22, Bamber 1 for 43. So we're going to have a frustrating break in play, according to my rain app, which, well, I mean...
Which app are you using?
AccuWeather.
Well.
Yes.
Yes. AccuWeather always takes the dimmest view of the rain, I find.
Oh, when it says rain ending in 30 minutes.
Very optimistic.
So that would be a 11:45. My concern is now that with the rain coming down really now quite heavily, it may take a little while to tidy up. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if we end up with an early lunch at 12. Would you? 12 till 12:40?
Maybe, although I'm encouraged by the fact that the big covers haven't been brought out yet.
There is that. Yeah, there's only the one cover. There's no covers covering the bowlers' run-ups
here they
as
come.
yet. Yes, well, they should do, in all honesty, because it is pretty horrible out there. Away to our left, you can barely see there's a couple of skyscrapers now shrouded in grey. Away to our right as well, so it's filled in. It's all around. There is a stiff breeze, though, and we were expecting showers today, and we're hoping that they will just blow through. You can see from that picture there, or you could do a moment ago, the rain on the camera lens. There you are. That gives you an idea of the strength of the rain, and you can see now that the main covers are coming on. They're going to cover all the square. So we're going to have a pretty lengthy stoppage here. But we're hopeful that we'll be able to get back out there in the afternoon. And certainly I can't see any play for the next half an hour, 45 minutes at the very least. So, should we take a break, Katya?
Yes, let's.
It's a shame 'cause you've only just got on.
I know. I was looking
Anything
forward.
you want to get off your chest?
No, I'll express my disappointment at Ollie Pope yet again. I was stood waiting to come onto my stint thinking this is great, I'm going to get a
Ollie Pope.
good time to commentate on Ollie Pope and watch Ollie Pope bat, willing the greyness to dissipate, but I watched it slowly get greyer, and then I watched Ollie Pope charge down the wicket for no apparent reason, and lose his middle stump.
I'm afraid cricket is sent to disappoint us, and that's why we do it. Hopefully we will bring you happier news shortly. But for now, from me, Daniel Norcross, Katya Witney and Andrew Sampson, we'll take a break and we will be back the moment play resumes.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval here in South London on the third day of the county championship clash between Surrey and Warwickshire. As you can see, that the covers are on. This was the scheduled restart time, 12:50, after lunch was taken early at 10 past 12. There was some cricket this morning. Surrey were able to advance their lead from 179 to, as you see there, 217. They lost one wicket along the way. Ollie Pope, who was bowled just before that rain delay for 78 after batting very nicely with Dom Sibley yesterday, seeing here is on the advance. That gave a sign of the way that Pope and Surrey were batting this morning, trying to move the game forward with rain imminent. But with Pope losing his way, he was bowled for 78, batted very nicely. Ben Foakes is there on 15. The reason why Foakes is batting is because Dom Sibley retired hurt overnight with what's been described as a soft tissue injury for 64. That pair put on 89 before the close last night to lay the foundation. And Dan Lawrence has joined Foakes, and he's there yet to score. So after Warwickshire were yesterday dismissed for 248 with a 2-run lead, they're now behind the game with Surrey ahead by 217. Now the good news here is that the sun's out. The schedule, should I say, the forecast is sketchy. It's very difficult to tell. It's not been as accurate as you might have liked this morning as far as the broadcast and so on. But what we do know is that the restart has been obviously delayed due to the rain that's just stopped in the last couple of minutes. And hopefully we'll see some movement with the ground staff and the covers coming off soon. And then from there, we'll get some information from the match officials and relay any prospective start time. But for now, we'll take a beat here at the Kia Oval with Surrey 219 for 2. They lead by 217 runs. Good news here at the Kia Oval, as you can see. Umpires Chantry and Goff are making their way to the middle, and play will restart in but a minute or two from now, with Surrey having advanced their lead from 179 to 217 in a brief session of 9 overs before rain stops play for a good couple of hours, maybe 2.5 hours all told. Now, rain's going to come again, we know that. It'll make this passage of play most interesting. Half centuries in the innings for Burns and Sibley. Burns out last night. Sibley retired hurt yesterday with a soft tissue injury for 64. Pope 78, the man who fell just before lunch. And Daniel Norcross, who's with me, I'm Adam Collins, is tapping me on the arm, suggesting that he's seen something.
Well, this is a beautiful thing, because Sibley is not retired hurt, he's retired not out. And this is something that drives scorers mad, you see, because retired hurt isn't apparently real. What we should have is retired not out or retired out. And the screen, if we can get a picture of the screen now, we get a picture of the scoreboard, you will see something so rare in this world, that it's actually saying the right thing. It says Sibley retired not out 64.
That's going to require a little bit of unpacking for me, because I've always thought that retired hurt was a thing that one needed to prove. Because there's retired out in as far as like Ashwin style, T20, you retire your... The other scoreboard, if you're hearing me, whoever's on that camera, turn right and away from the bed, sir, towards the Archbishop Tennyson School. Keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
We're all together now. Nearly there. There's the school in the middle of the shot. Hello to the students who no longer study there because the school's shut.
There you go.
Bang.
And if we zoom in on that.
Retired, not out.
It's a very rare thing to see. Now, I'm very glad that Andrew Sampson is here. I was assailed by a pedant the other day. Dutch bird Kate, as we know her.
Oh, yes,
she's a scorer,
yep,
among other things, and does a lot of scoring in the Netherlands. And she was enraged by me for using the phrase "retired hurt." She said it's not a phrase in cricket. Oh, look, we're about to start.
Ethan Bamber bowling to Ben Folkes. Was there 15, batted through the session, brief as it was. First ball will be a run-scoring ball to deep backward point for a single, leads 218.
And that it should say retired not out. Now, Andrew.
Yes.
You're not a pedant, but you are a man who's very precise.
I can be a pedant when I want to be.
You can be.
I'm a recovering pedant, maybe it's put that way.
So you're familiar with this particular snafu, aren't you?
I am indeed,
yeah.
Sadly.
Can I ask a very simple question? Don't you need to prove that you are hurt to retire hurt? Because I guess there's...
Or retired not out, yeah.
Because the retired out mechanism, the Ravindra...
Yeah.
Sorry, the Ravichandra and Ashwin IPL thing, where you feel like you're going so slowly that you need to get out of there.
Yeah.
If you can retire not out, then if you don't need to prove that you're hurt, then...
Ooh,
past the inside edge, and it kept low. Bamber had a couple of them do that this morning. Wouldn't that be... don't you need to prove that you're injured?
Well, I mean, it's one of those kind of greyish areas in cricket. What's not grey, though, is that you're either retired out or you're retired not out, because that makes a difference to your average. Obviously,
yes.
Not out. If you're out,
and your ability to come
dismissed,
and
your ability to come back. Correct. Yeah. And the law says retired not out. That's the law. But
a squall of...
I mean, these pigeons, do they have no idea how long we've been waiting? They choose this precise moment.
Right, now Ben Folkes is going over to send them further away. I'm surprised that the pigeons didn't see Ben Folkes smile and run towards him. Like, look at that beautiful man.
There's a particularly persistent pigeon that desperately wants to be in the action. And now they're flying around all over the place.
And as Bamber makes his way, the pigeons are returning as well. What will happen here? Lawrence across his stumps, but skews it out to mid-off instead.
They're in swoop mode. Sorry.
Yes, so
retired not out.
Retired not out. So yeah, I mean, and there's kind of been grey area issues, especially in kind of games that don't matter that much. University matches back in the day, or match situations where teams are cruising along batting and players retire effectively bored or...
Well, you do see that too. You see players in first-class fixtures who reach 100, often in tour games, who reach 100 and walk off. I saw Steve Smith do it, and I think Chris Rogers do it at Canterbury in 2015. Now, I suppose my question there would be, why would they... Because those were both declared retired out, both of those hundreds, I remember well. Okay. Why would they not have just simply gone, well, we're going to retire ourselves not out?
That's the thing. I mean, in most of those cases, historically, they've feigned some kind of injury to keep their average, basically.
Hello.
Well, that gives a sense of what we're going to see here. It's going to clear the fielder running back with the flight. Won't quite reach the short rope in front of the bed, sir. But time is of the essence, and it's all about scoring as many runs as possible with a lead at 220 and a forecast which isn't crash hot.
It isn't, but you know where we know where the rain is coming from today, and it is past the floodlight pylon to the looking over the shoulder of Archbishop Tennyson School. And at the moment, I can see all those buildings and trees from quite a distance away, so that's quite promising for perhaps 15, 20 minutes at least. It's raining at Worcester, by the way.
Yeah, I saw
so
that.
They've been in and out, up and down.
3 runs from the over, 222 for 2, as someone famously said many years ago.
Yes, he's got a commentary box named after him next
door.
door.
Yeah.
So yes, Nottinghamshire are 4 for 1, requiring 136 for victory. But they're 4 for 1 off 26 balls. There's been 1 scoring shot in all that time. And the pitches at Worcester have been challenging this season. So look, you never know what could happen at New Road. It feels like it's Nottinghamshire's game, but Hasib Hamid has bagged a pair.
Michael Booth will get another opportunity from our Vauxhall end. He did knock over Ollie Pope in the last completed over of play before that early lunch break. He was used belatedly yesterday. He was the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th bowler turned to by Alex Davis last night. 2 overs this morning. Bowled with real pace too, which is commendable this deep into the game.
It's a 5th change.
Yeah, odd for a guy who's been picked as primarily a bowler. Anyway.
But there were extenuating circumstances.
They were trying to get through
some spinners.
Yeah. Over rate was a factor. The over rate for Warwickshire. Now they're in the black there. They're up by 1, so they're okay on that front as it stands. They won't lose any points. But I just want to return to this, Samo. So the retired not out piece.
I thought you'd like this.
Oh, I'm quite into it. 4 runs. Straight to the man at mid-off. Folks advances to 20 with the first boundary of this session. 224 becomes the lead. Didn't quite get all of that, but was able to low on the blade and squeeze it to where it needed to be.
Bit of bottom hand as well, which I quite liked here. Nice bit of bottom hand to direct it as much as anything else to the right of the mid-off that's there.
Yeah.
So,
Slightly better shot than I gave it credit for. I think the bottom hand was necessary in making sure that it got straight enough. We'll see it again here on replay. Yeah, well played. He waits again. So, why would any player ever retiring not simply do the retired not out thing? That's part one.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I'm even talking about in instances of T20 cricket in a more recent time, where you're seeing non-strikers retire out for strategic reasons.
Yep.
I mean, what's precluding them from retiring not out?
Your problem there is going to be that the bowling side's going to object. You're either retiring them out, or they've got to keep playing. As far as they're concerned.
Let's go back a step then. So let's use Sibley's example as the one that we've dealt with. Is the proposition that the fielding captain needs to accept that Sibley is injured in order to retire not out? If the fielding captain says, well, no, I don't buy this, is Sibley compelled to continue?
Well,
in order to remain not out.
Yeah,
in order to
yeah,
remain
no,
not out.
it's not. I don't think there's certainly not anything that's specifically in the laws, but I guess there'd be some point at which someone would do that.
And the beauty of this game of ours, it'll happen at some point.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean,
everything always does.
I'm not aware of it having happened before, but as you say, you're getting in these kind of scenarios, especially in these T20s where guys are retiring out, where somebody's going to go, I've pulled a hammy, and the opposition captain's going to know, if you're going off, you're retired out, mate.
Yeah, he's going to say pull the hammy, he's going to say pull the other one.
And that'll be a fun little argument, won't it? But just also in terms of score, historically, retired not out officially in the laws, and has been, as far as I know, pretty much through history. But conventionally, scorecards.
Down the leg side for a third time in the over, 226 for 2.
Scorecards have recorded as retired hurt or retired ill, because obviously do that as well. So it's the pedantic argument is correct. It is retired not out, but conventionally and historically, it's always been recorded as either retired hurt or retired ill.
Let's face it, Andrew. There were 2 records were set in the first Test match ever played. One we're very familiar with, which is Charles Bannerman and his percentage of runs scored in his team's total, which has stood to this present day. So the other one,
67.35.
the other one, was only beaten very recently,
Bamber up. Straight and driven, but to the fielder.
which is, I believe, isn't it? Didn't he have the highest score by someone retired hurt?
In that same innings, 165.
Exactly,
Yeah.
in the same innings. And I think Evan Lewis at this ground got a higher score, but in a one-day international, he retired hurt about 170 when he got a toe crusher. Do you
Oh,
remember
right.
that for the West Indies against England here at the Oval?
Can't remember what he scored.
I think it's 176 even. I think if we found Evan Lewis's highest score, that might send us in the right direction.
And I don't think Bannerman was injured either. I'm fairly confident that Bannerman was retired knackered.
Really?
Yeah, I think Bannerman was just spent. He's like, I'm done.
Wow.
And that helps. I don't know which fall of wicket
Well,
it came. I think
It was late,
it was
very late.
8 or
in the-
9.
8
It
or 9,
wasn't the
somewhere
last
around there,
one.
yeah.
But it was all 10
Which
wickets
is-
fell by dint of. Now this is an interesting one, Samo. So he was retired hurt.
Yep.
So I'm not sure whether that would have gone to his average or not. We've always carried on Daniel about it being a completed innings, but a completed innings where one batter
He's
Retired
retired.
is
hurt.
retired. Is it
Yeah.
technically Australia 9 down in that innings?
Well,
Do we need
it's
to
just-
rewrite the record books? Do we need to go back and start again?
Oh,
Or is 9
It's
instead
all
of 10 out?
Yeah, I mean, if you're 9 down, but someone's retired hurt and isn't going to come and bat, it's all out.
It's all
Always
out,
has
sure.
been,
It's,
yeah.
it's
Yeah,
all
yeah,
out,
yeah.
but it's really 9 down, isn't it?
But
If we
it's
wanted
really
to be
9
more
down.
technical, if we exclude
you- yeah.
Bannerman, who's next?
Yeah.
Evan Lewis was 176, by the way.
Who is second on that measure, Sam?
So, Bannerman's still the record in Test cricket.
For the highest
The
retired.
highest retired score. The second highest retired not out is an actual retired not out. It's Gordon Greenwich, 154 not out. He had a baby who got sick, and he had to return home or whatever overnight, and it's recorded in the scorebooks as retired not out.
Well, then,
As opposed to retired
as
hurt, I
opposed
see.
to retired hurt.
I'm
to
sorry,
retired
I'm
ill
sorry,
injury.
Gordon. You're scuppered on this one too. Then, I mean, if it's good enough for Bannerman, it's got to be good enough for Greenwich. If we're ruling people out for being retired, not out, or it's in the 67.35 measure, who's third? This will put you
Yeah.
away.
Third highest retired hurt, well, been
No,
retired,
not
hurt,
retired hurt.
retired not out is Wasim Jaffer, India, Bangladesh, Mirpur in 2007.
Oh, sorry, you're looking up
Test
something
cricket.
different. As the umpires
So
come together, and
You're
put the
thinking of
ball
the
through
percentages,
I'm
aren't you?
thinking
We got
percentages.
another change of ball.
Those boxes of Dukes have been out many times this season.
I think today there's extenuating circumstances, a bit soggy out there, and the ball will probably lose its shape. And they've got to replace, of course, they've already replaced this ball. They replaced it earlier today. So it was already a relatively old ball, and now you're bringing out another relatively old ball that's about to get misshapen because it's going to be hit across the damp outfield. But there you go. So has Evan Lewis therefore got the highest score by anybody retired, not out, if you like, stroke hurt,
In an international.
in an international match? Because I can't believe there'll be a higher one in one-day internationals.
Not that I can recall. I'll have a quick look. But just there are 2 official retired outs in Test cricket.
Are there now?
Yes.
Can
But,
you give us a clue?
well, they were both in the same innings.
Oh, it wasn't
India
India against the West Indies
No.
when everybody they were
those
all
were
absent.
They were mostly absent. With
absent,
with
terrified, yeah.
with a few retireds as well.
Absent, pull the other one. I'm not going out there, mate. Thank you very much. Very famous game, that one.
And the 2 retired outs were both in an early Bangladesh test.
Retired out.
Yep.
So is it the opponents of Bangladesh, presumably?
Yes, the opponents of Bangladesh basically retired bored, having reached their
Retired board, yes.
reached their milestone and decided they couldn't be bothered about their averages, so they pretended they'd injured themselves. They were just retired out. We're out. Goodbye.
Who was that then?
So that was Mohavanata Patu on 201 and Mahela Jaya Warden on 150
Ah,
out of 5 for 5.
and that 5-5-5 for 5. The 5
Yep,
included the
included
2
the 2, yeah.
retired outs. This is great fun, isn't it? If you'd like us to answer any of your other questions as this game, it's not exactly meandering, but we know what the situation is here. I'm slightly surprised that Warwickshire haven't... Well, am I? There was a point in the Hampshire game when Hampshire put everybody out on the boundary, didn't they?
Yeah, and we're not
I'm
quite
not
there yet, but
quite there, no.
I was thinking something similar. Like, you put yourself in Warwickshire's shoes. They need to win this game. Drawing, I mean, I guess in theory, a draw could keep them in the running for the championship. But really, they need to manufacture a win over Surrey, who are their title rivals, right?
Especially with Notts looking like they're going to win.
Exactly that. Booth continues. Oh, that's a well-struck clip for none by Dan Lawrence, his favourite shot. If you're Warwickshire, you know at some point Surrey are also going to try and win this game. They'd be mad not to from this position. Is it in Warwickshire's interest now just to basically protect runs? Have we hit that point where Warwickshire are like, well, you are going to declare, it's improbable we're going to take 7 or 8 further wickets, acknowledging the Sibley question. Are they better placed in protecting boundaries?
Well,
I mean, it's not as though Surrey are really going for it anyway. They're going at, a few and over, but at some point they'll pull the trigger. And at the point they do, I reckon Warwickshire are almost duty-bound to try and stem the bleeding when it does happen and try and make Surrey take risks, and maybe, just maybe, it helps accelerate the game in their favour.
I think it's a really interesting one. It's slightly tricky to know at this stage with the ball soft and with Surrey just doing a little bit of reconnaissance, because you never know when you come off after a break whether the pitch is juiced up a bit, whether it might do a bit, but the ball's a bit older and less responsive. So do you just go tight ring field like they've got at the moment, which I think does kind of make sense, and just take a look to see if there's going to be any up and down bounce, while Surrey are doing the same thing, because the last thing Surrey would want is to come out, the pitch is juiced up, lose 3 or 4 quick wickets to rash shots, only to discover that the pitch is going to ease massively and you really need a lead of over 400, So I think we're in a bit of a cagey, phony war for the next 6, 7, 8 overs or so. Now, of course, Surrey might start to get a little bit agitated if they see the clouds roll in again, because we're reaching a point where, well, what happened the last time? We came off at about 11:05 and we didn't get back out there until 10 to 2, which is the thick end of 3 hours, isn't it? Now, let's say they last for another 20 minutes and they get those kind of deluges again. You take another 3 hours out of this day, and then Surrey might have, with bad light likely to come in around 6:30, no more than an hour's batting
to
close the play. So they're going to start getting twitchy.
Yeah, I think that we've kind of, for both teams now, we've hit a point. Like, everyone knows the trajectory of this day, right? Unless something miraculous happens with that. It isn't actually the first band of rain. It's the second one. I'm not sure how closely you looked at your little AccuWeather thing there that you love so much.
I did, yes.
There's a bit that should hit in half an hour, which might actually miss us if we're lucky. It's the one after that that's going to really hurt. It's just too big. It's too thick. It's not going to miss.
Too wide.
It's too wide. It's too big, too thick. 228 for 2. They lead by 226, having only added, 9 runs since the resumption. So I'm a little bit surprised by that. Anyway, so with that in mind, knowing that it's improbable that Surrey are going to get bowled out, and it's likely that Surrey are going to want 3 sessions to do the job tomorrow, that getting to that tipping point where they can set aggressive fields and so on as the umpires come together again. Is this a ball thing? Oh, ground staff have been called.
What?
Ground staff have been called. And...
Is it raining?
I mean, yes it is. I can see in front of the Kia sign it is raining. Sorry, I thought it was a bad light.
But barely.
It's rain, yes. Rain has stopped play. Okay, well, it's a moot point. What we were saying has happened a bit earlier than we thought. This isn't the one, though. If they can just find a way to get back out there soon. The players aren't rushing off. There's barely a brolly to be seen. I'm looking up towards the Surrey Ultras up there. There's no brollies up there.
It's actually quite bright in the sky.
Yeah.
If we're going to go off in this rain, then, well, we're going to struggle to get much play at all today, I fear.
I'm just going to finish my point,
Mm-hmm.
which is bolstered by this. If you know that your window for batting for Surrey is now sort of narrowing by the minute, I think they kind of have to live a little. I have to run the risk of being bowled out 50 or 60 runs from now, knowing that the speed upon which they get those 50 or 60 runs might... I know it's hard. I know it's a harsh thing to say.
I think they're going to want... That's the problem is I think they're going to want more than that, because the worst thing for them, given that they're already in control of
is to get
the
rolled.
title race, is if they draw this game, they still end up 1 point clear of Notts if Notts win.
Yeah, it's a fair
and they
point.
play
So
Notts next week, so what they
it
will do...
depends on how. Yeah, you're right. They could be more conservative than that in the bigger picture and say that whilst winning here would give them a pronounced advantage, that not losing is the method.
Well, let me give you a scenario. So the lead is 226. In a worst case scenario, if there's no more play today, but if we have a fair win tomorrow and the forecast is a bit better for tomorrow,
104 overs it would be.
Then they could bat till lunch the following day.
Yep.
Set 370.
Yep, and really go for
in
it.
65 overs, or they could set 350 in 70 overs and try and back themselves to bowl Warwickshire out in 70 overs. It'd be a tall order on a pitch that eases, but what they would almost certainly have done then is guarantee that they would get a draw, and that would put them ahead going into the penultimate round of matches here against Notts next week.
Yeah, what you're saying there is more logical than my thinking was more that if you're this far ahead in the game, you're not sort of not kind of committed to really going for it and going for the jugular, but yes, the risk of doing that is that, by sort of dangling the carrot, if you like, that they might.
What they would love,
up.
Colo, more than anything else, what they would love is 1 hour of steady play. If they could get 60 runs and go overnight at 286, then they could go gangbusters for an hour the following day, and then that would give them the comfort and the time they would think they need to bowl them out. A cover's come on, and a cover's now been moved away again, and players coming back down.
Good news.
There's a tiny, tiny patch of blue sky, and are they now rolling up this cover? They are. You've got to feel for the ground staff sometimes. They must wonder at the futility of life. He's gone to all that trouble to roll the mat over this pitch, and now he's got to go and roll it up all over again. Well, it's just as well the umpires made that little break in play.
Yeah, we all wonder about the futility of life at times, but just clean up those Lewis and Bannerman things.
Yes.
Lewis is the highest in international with 176 retired.
I was here to see it.
You were there.
I was there.
Passing Bannerman.
Yeah.
And of course Bannerman, so Bannerman, as we were pointing out, was in a all-out innings where only 9 wickets fell.
Yes.
Which means the record, or the Bannerman if you'd like, for an all-out innings in which 10 wickets fell is held by Michael Slater.
Oh, England 98.
Yeah, 98.
99, sorry.
It
I was
in
at
January
Sydney.
99, so
I was
Sydney.
there as well.
When he was, of course, run out and they didn't give it out.
And it was on the
100
big screen as well. It was shown on the big screen. The England fans all cheered.
What were you doing there?
I went to see a mate in Sydney.
You went.
1998.
Were you barmying? Or were you?
I don't know. I was just seeing a friend who was getting married in Sydney.
There you go.
Slater's was 66.85 with 123 out of 184.
It should be called the Slater.
The Slater, yeah.
It should be called the Slater.
Oh gosh,
Bannerman
imagine
Bannerman has been
After
masquerading as the record holder all this time,
after
Colo.
all these years of us banging on about 67.35, it's actually Michael Slater.
Who would have thought it?
Um,
We're going to get a resumption of play, Colo.
We are, which means we don't actually need to do anything in terms of changing commentary chairs and so on. We were thinking about it, but Yas Rana's here. I don't know if that was with a view to replacing me now.
I think you're at 2.
I don't think that could be possible, could it? Didn't play start at 1:50?
Yeah, you were doing a 20-minute stint, and then there are 3 30-minute stints.
When's tea?
When's tea? When's tea?
If tea's 50, is tea 50? Then shouldn't I therefore be 30? I'm going to do this on the fly.
Yes, yes. Unfortunately, our producer has
we've
done
got
something
a
weird.
10-minute
He's gone for a
outage here.
20, 30, 40, 30 split.
So what we're going to do instead is we're going to do 30, 30, 30, 30, and we'll catch Yas in 8 minutes' time. And then we'll do 30s rather than a 30, a 40, a 30, and a 20. Seems more rational, doesn't it?
Well, it does seem a bit more rational, but
We'll just keep doing our thing. It's okay.
they're coming back out. This is very exciting, and it is bright. But now I've realised that the threshold for going off is nothing more than slightly asthmatic squirrel coughing. That is about all the moisture that's required for the umpires to come off.
Tell me more about your trip to Sydney in 99.
Well, it was quite extraordinary. A friend of mine was living in Australia with the heiress to the Christian Salvesen haulage empire, and he had no idea that she was that when she became with child, having worked as a singer in a bar in Soho. And he went over to Sydney and and they decided that they would get married because it was the only way that he could stay in Australia without, and leaving the country for 6 months, coming back. So I went on the replica bounty around the harbour, which was very jolly, and took in a few days of the Test match, and was staggered to discover that you could actually. I knew that Australians were, let's say, occasionally slippery when it came to matters of umpiring, because in 1970-71 there wasn't a single LBW decision went in England's favour.
Not to mention Stackpole's non-run out on the first day of the series.
Correct. But I never quite imagined that they could show the evidence of a dismissal and then overturn it.
We're back. Ethan Bamber, here we go. Rock and roll. A rain delay which tallied about
10
7
minutes?
minutes. Yeah.
Overs to bowl now is down to 59.
Okay.
So I think we had a couple of overs, must have lost another couple. So, yes, it was a very important moment in the game as well, wasn't it? Not in the Ashes, because that had already been secured by Australia. But England had won a thrilling test at Melbourne.
And it was a pretty good start to the
before.
Test match as well. Day one, the War brothers both get hundreds, and then Darren Gough takes the hat-trick. And what a great hat-trick it was too.
Oh, hello.
Well, now, this is the sign of intent that we were foreshadowing. It is the way that Lawrence plays. Short boundary all the way. Up and over the top of cover. Have that. Advances to double figures. That leads to 32.
Well, this is interesting. If they're sort of thinking to themselves, we've got half an hour and no more here, and we would like to get up to 270, 280 lead, just in case there is no more play.
I think the just-in-case approach is worth... It's worth the loss of a couple of wickets. They bat so deep, Surrey. Maybe not as deep this week as other weeks, admittedly. But when you've got someone as competent as Matt Fisher batting it, I think he batted at 10 in the first innings.
No, you make a sound point.
There are precautions built into the Surrey batting group. Indeed, I'd go one step further. If they were to lose a wicket here, an elevation for Jordan Clark could be worthy. We've seen him bat in these types of conditions against Hampshire last year and rattle off a century in a session. We know how punishing he can be.
And of course, if time needs to be taken out of the game,
And that's fine as well.
then there's
It provides. We can go. They can go back to your model, which is the first do no harm. See the Hippocratic Oath type approach.
well, that leads
Might
out.
roll that again. I might save that one and roll that out again on a Test match.
I think you should. Yeah.
Trial the lines here. It's like stand-up comedians that use Twitter to trial their jokes on there. Well, at least they used to.
Yeah, that does make sense. And you may see a little bit of that in the Ashes this summer. It's certainly not this winter. Not coming from Ben Stokes, I wouldn't have thought. But
That'll be more runs. 4 of them. Gets it very fine. So Bamber operates with a more of a long leg because he's so accurate. But short ball there, inside the line, over the top of about leg slip and away for 4. So 10 runs in 4 balls after the resumption. I think it's raining again, Daniel. In fact, I'm fairly... Because sometimes you can want to see rain. Not that I'm hoping for it, but I think on that lovely big Kia sign with the blue car next to it. My parents have got a Kia car that looks like that in Australia. That I reckon I can see some spots. Can you see some spots?
I think I can, but it's so gentle. It's barely there.
Yeah.
But we have already seen what the kind of the barometer for walking off is, and it's a low bar. Just to put it that way.
We can see Michael Gough on the walkie-talkie. Had the walkie-talkie out a bit.
Splendid fellow, umpire Gough. Has bumped into him in the United States when he was out there for the T20 World Cup. And he had an enormous bag of junk food.
Leaving close to the off stump ends the over 238 for 2. That's the opposite of when I tend to run into Michael Gough at Test matches when he's got an energy drink or something.
Oh yes.
He's
a fiercely fit man.
Yeah, he's en route to the gym or been at the gym. The umpires are coming together. I wasn't imagining it. It is raining. That blue car that I referred to before on the Kia sign, I can see water on the bonnet.
What do Warwickshire want to have happen here? Because if they want to win, Do they sort of need play to happen, or do
I think they want Surrey's innings to end as soon as possible, one way or the other. They want Surrey to
pull out too early?
Pull out too early, or even pull out at a point where Surrey think they've got enough, and then trust that the fourth innings. We only saw a month ago England go bananas in the fourth innings and chase nearly 400 odd. Now I'm not saying this Warwickshire batting lineup possesses Harry Brook and Joe Root.
I'm just saying Hampshire
Hampshire round
game
one.
here.
Yeah, or round two. Sorry, this year. They're staying on, which is great news for the time being.
It's one of the reasons you desperately want to bowl first, is that it does ask the question of the side in the third innings. How long do you need? How many runs do you think you need? It's hard for us to tell how the pitch is behaving here because the ball is old and virtually senescent.
Oh, saved by an inside edge, I think. They got considerable movement back towards folks. Yep, runs given.
You
239 for 2.
you would think these were good conditions for swing bowling, but it doesn't always work that way. If the ball's also getting a bit of dampness, bit of moisture from running across the outfield. It was an inside edge. Now Lawrence, what's he going to do here? Is he going to come charging at Booth? Already seen Ollie Pope's demise in that fashion.
Yas Rana's back for real this time.
Wonder what he did in those 6 minutes.
A lot can happen in 6 minutes.
Really can.
Probably the right time to mention that it's free after tea,
And yes,
given it's
could be an early tea as well.
could be an early tea and free. Come in, do a little lap. Then you won't be jumping back on the tube. Although that did work yesterday. You gave me a little heads up.
You got back, did you? Okay on that?
Yeah, it worked fine.
Yeah. Well,
but it didn't. But it wasn't working this morning, so I had to use my. I found out today that having been coming from north to south so often over the years, since moving up that way, short ball well evaded by Lawrence. You know, oftentimes I'm heading out to Dulwich to either play cricket or watch football, and I didn't realise there's a train that goes direct from Finsbury Park to Denmark Hill. That's going to change my life.
That should change your life. It's changed Yaz's life.
How did I? I've lived in N11
all this time.
like a really long time now, like 6 years, something like that. And quite a lot of the time, I'm on the way, going to football, playing cricket, and I'm mucking around with changing over at Victoria and whatnot. And often you get out the wrong exit there, beats the bat here. You can continue this thought, like when you get out of the tube at Victoria, you can accidentally get out at Cardinal Place, which is a cardinal sin if you're trying to get across to the station proper. Anyway, I found a new train. That's the upshot of the strike for me.
More thoughts on that for you
and Yas Rana afterwards.
You couldn't be happier. Have you found a new train lately, Andrew?
Well, one from Pelham into.
Yes, you like that, don't you? Oh, look, there's an umbrella.
Train.
Take that umbrella down. You don't want to be giving umpires a thought. Yeah, the Balham train to Clapham Junction,
Yeah, I mean,
across to Vauxhall is a wonder, isn't it?
I do. My knowledge of London geography is sadly limited to the underground.
Yes,
I
that's
don't
how
really
it mostly
do much
works.
other than that, obviously. But this week we've had to make slightly different plans. And Pelham, Clapham Junction, Vauxhall, pretty easy.
Yeah,
Other than a long walk at Clapham Junction occasionally.
they can be your friend.
It can
Those
be my
trains.
friend. They can be, yes.
Welcome back, Yas.
Good to be back. Good to finally be allowed to sit down.
Yes,
in
I'm
this
sorry
chair.
about that. And Colo was very determined about his rotoring there, wasn't he?
He was indeed. I'm sure the listeners enjoyed us on air working out what our rotor was. On the Thameslink train, by the way. I must return
more
to
train chat.
So,
yeah.
you know when you're at a social gathering and people ask you where you're from, etc.
Yes.
So I live in Loughborough Junction, about a 25-minute walk near Camberwell. And my friends enjoy how long it takes me after saying I'm from Loughborough Junction to start talking about the Thameslink, because people haven't really heard of Loughborough Junction, and it takes me maybe a minute or so to say, well, one of the best things about Loughborough Junction, the Thameslink. You are 10 minutes away from Blackfriars, you are 14 minutes away from Farringdon, and you are 17 minutes away from King's Cross.
And how many people continue to talk to you at these parties once you start this conversation?
I don't really remember anything else from the conversations.
No, you then find yourself strangely alone in the kitchen.
Oh, direct hit. I asked the question.
We can have a look at this now. Let's see. I think it was quite a tight run in the end. He's got to
Folk sets off very quickly and doesn't look too bothered when they do appeal. But yeah, for me, I think I'm doing everyone around me a service.
I think you are, and public service is, well, if you cut through Yas Rana, not that you should, of course, but if you did, I think you'd see it like a stick of rock, just written there, public service Rana.
Well, it's changed Colla's life. How many more other people could be changed by it?
Are you hoping to get an MBE for this?
What, from just telling people about
Yes,
a publicly
changing
known
their lives for the better.
Imagine if there's a secret
community
train line, a
award.
genuinely secret line.
Well, do you know one of the things that changed my life was the real-time trains website, which allows you to find out which platform your train is going from before it's put up on the board. So if you go to Euston, for example, and trains to Birmingham or Manchester, they could go from any platform. There's really no rhyme or reason to it. But let's say you want to steal a march on the others to get into the unclassified carriage and find your table and then put all your things out on that table so you're as unattractive as humanly possible. You know, smelly food and books, notebooks and pens and heaven knows what else. Then real-time trains will tell you before all the punters, and it'll say, yeah, that train's going to go from platform 4. So you head straight to platform 4, you wait until the moment the platform is open, and boom, you're in. It's great. Real-time trains, if you want it.
I know someone who's a level above that.
Oh,
if you
he's a
thought that
train
was even
driver.
possible.
Yeah.
End the over, 1 run from it. Sorry, 2 for 1 for 2. So this person I know has the live train updates and the board that you have, the electronic board that you have at the station. He has a version of that in his house. So he lives a 5-minute walk away from Earlsfield Station, and he has the
Sensible.
Earlsfield live
How
board
has he managed
in
that?
his living room. I don't know.
Has he done a deal?
I didn't know that was something you can actually do.
Well, that's wonderful, isn't it? That's a terrifically good idea. I should get the one for Tooting Bay. The only problem is the train... This is fantastic, chat, this isn't it? The train indicator boards on the Northern Line have been down for about 4 weeks. I don't know how I can live like this. Meanwhile, here, Yas, Colo and I have been spitballing and scenario building, and I don't think we're any the wiser really as to what the tactics are for both sides to a degree.
Cam made a good point yesterday when we anticipated that there would be interruptions today, that Warwickshire's best way into this game is Surrey being overly concerned about how much time there might be. We saw in that Hampshire game early in the season that conditions for batting on the final day were basically as good as they were across the 4 days.
Well, it was the best, wasn't it? Absolute best. It was very, very hard to take wickets at all.
So there would be a danger in Surrey thinking that there isn't as much cricket left in the game as there actually ends up being. The forecast isn't great for tomorrow, but it's better than it is for today, and we still had some cricket so far, and there are a good 4.5 hours left of possible cricket to come.
Probably about 4, really, with the bad light situation this time of year. And the contractual necessity of knocking 20 minutes out through tea.
I think it's significant that we've managed to play through that mini burst of rain, because the forecast for the next half an hour or so is pretty consistent light rain. I fear that if we came off for good then, we might not be back on for a very long time. pushed into the offside, and Folks picks up another single.
Yeah, I think the tactic for Warwickshire is to bowl dry, really, and to induce mistakes. What happened in that Hampshire game is that eventually Surrey went hard, perhaps a little bit earlier than they might have done, and got bowled out by Sonny Baker bowling round the wicket Yorkers, didn't he?
Understood the way they played it, to be honest. They set Hampshire nearly 400, and given Surrey's record at home, and so few teams score more than 300 against them, you can see why they thought they were pretty much safe. Driven upper sleeve for 4. It's a brilliant shot from Dan Lawrence. He's so strong through and over cover. Sure, the ball was there to be hit. Bit of width from Booth, but it's a glorious shot.
That was sumptuous, wasn't it? He has been the aggressive one since they came out, but it isn't easy to score. These aren't easy conditions, you know. It's grey, it's a bit gloomy, the lights are on, it's windy. But now, well, Warwickshire have gone full defensive. There's no slip in place now for this ball that's nearly 72 overs old. 3 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side, plenty of boundary riders. And they gradually, well, there may get to be more and more and more players out there on that boundary.
Yeah, just looking at Oliver Hannon-Dalby field that ball at mid-on. Bit of a slide. You can see a mark on the turf where he dived. He inspects that spot before returning to his position at deep third. It is raining again, by the way, and it's pretty steady. I'd say not hugely different to the conditions in which we came off shortly after lunch break. Changing the commentary box, Ali Brown is now alongside me. Ethan Bamber to continue from the pavilion end. Driven down the ground brilliantly from Ben Folks. Beats a diving mid-off. Picks up 4 more. A couple of delightful strokes from the 2 Surrey right-handers in the last few minutes.
Yeah, great shot from Ben Folks there. I think they'll be, Surrey obviously very mindful of a bit of rain coming in. It's still probably 15-20 minutes away from being heavy, I should think, but the good news is that knots covers are on there, but you feel at some point they'll come off.
This may be quite a short stint between us, Ali, depending on the weather, so it might be quite a short question and subsequent response, but I've got a question for you. Sorry, bring up their 250. How aware and how much of an influence will there be in the Surrey dressing room depending on what's going on at New Road? How aware will the players be, and will that affect their thinking about how to navigate what is not a totally straightforward situation for them? They're 9 points clear. Notts going well in their game. It's been a low scoring game. They're chasing 136. They're 4 for 1 at the moment, but you think that they'll get over the line?
Yeah, look, they'll be very aware. There's a high probability that Notts will come away with the 16 points up there. Not guaranteed, but 95% certain, I'd say, maybe a little bit more than that. And of course, Surrey in a position here where you're kind of hoping that the weather stays away, and but if it doesn't, they're trying to get to probably a lead of 350. And that's where they want to be. But if they come off for anything less, they don't want to chew up too much time in the game. So they're obviously going to bat very positively. They've got 8 wickets in hand, albeit that Dom Sibley's carrying an injury. But yeah, they'll be mindful that if we do go off a bit of rain, Notts should get their points, and that would leave them 1 point ahead. But they also can't be in a position where they throw out a game where they go, there might be a bit of a rain around, and there's not enough time to get that. It might set 320, and Warwickshire will be thinking, well, actually 320 might have a crack at that. So if there's no rain tomorrow, you've got 3 sessions, their only chance of winning the championship is to have a go at it. And if they were to lose, let's say a couple of Warwickshire players had a great day, then all of a sudden, you're behind the 8 ball and controlling the championship at one point, and then in the space of a day and a half, probably because of the weather and just getting things wrong, they wouldn't be controlling it. So even if they go in with a 1 point lead, I think that would be you want that to be a 9 point lead, and there's a fair chance that could happen, but it's not a guarantee either. I mean, I think the wicket is is flattening out a bit. Seems to do a bit more when the weather is overcast. And if you get a couple of the Warwickshire players getting stuck in, it could be difficult. They've still got to find those 10 wickets to retain a 9-point lead. And if it stays a 1-point lead, then next week becomes a bit nervy if things go well for Notts in various parts of the game.
Warwickshire's position is really interesting. Third in the table, a long way off the top two, but they host relegation-threatened Essex next week, and then they play Nottinghamshire in the final round.
I mean, for them, they know that next week they've got a fair chance because Essex would have to win, so they can. It's a little bit cat and mouse going on, really. What is everyone going to do? You know, can they? Warwickshire know that they need to. If they win this game and then they were to win next week, and then suddenly you go to Notts, who are maybe playing catch up on Surrey, and then they throw out a game. So it's nicely poised. You'd still fancy it between the top two. You still think that Surrey are in the ascendancy, which I think they are. But if the forecast is as expected this afternoon that we might lose a bit of cricket, then that gives them a little less of a comfort blanket than they could initially have had.
Yeah, the live table currently has Surrey 27 points clear of Warwickshire. You think that Warwickshire probably do need to win all 3 games to realistically have a shot at the title. But you never know, with Surrey and Notts playing each other next week, they could cancel each other out, and that gives Warwickshire space to come back. Surrey have a very difficult final fixture away at Hampshire.
I think that's the biggest banana skin of the lot, and I think that actually coming here, they would want to win here, and then either get a very good draw where they get a few more bonus points and maybe get that lead going from 9 points to 12 or 13, which is highly manageable. Because anything over 8, if you just get a draw, the win is only going to get you 8 more. So.
Oh, it's an ambitious shot from Lawrence. Hannon Dalby delivers the ball well outside off stump. And Lawrence has basically swept a length ball that you'd normally say is cuttable to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4.
I think he preempted that. That was a sort of a Malloy back in the mid-90s. Great shot. They know what they've got to do. They would have been in the changing room knowing the score they've got to get to. And whilst they've still got plenty of wickets in hand, you want to be in that position where you're taking all the risks while you've got plenty of wickets in hand.
Another really nice drive from Lawrence.
I remember we had back in the day, we had a position where we were going to bat for like half an hour against Lancashire, and Adam Hollyoake's words were, "If anyone plays selfishly." Probably box your ears or something like that, but everyone went out. Just basically said every batter was going out and going, we're going to get as many as we can as quickly as possible for the sake of the team. And that was quite good fun actually, because Lancashire were bowling round the wicket into the rough, so you're sort of pressing and running. Chris Schofield actually was the, as it turned out, victim, although he could have ended up getting a few wickets. But Adam would get that out, that this is where we're trying to get to. Everyone needs to be on board with it, and I'm sure that you don't really have, you don't really have the spinners in here because they're not. The spin you've got is fairly quick, and the rough isn't there. That's going to do a major amount of damage. But the players will be fully aware they're trying to get as many as they can, and they can't control the weather, nor can they control what Notts are doing at Worcester. So they're just going to do what they do best.
Scoring quite freely at the moment. 29 runs scored from the last 30 deliveries. Oh, that's a attempted lofted drive from Ben Foakes. Not a shot you'd necessarily associate with him. Perhaps an indication of the intent that this Surrey pair have got at the moment. Lawrence is a free scorer generally. He's 25 off 32 at the moment. Foakes 29 off 55, striking above 50. So the runs are coming pretty quickly for Surrey.
They will come quickly. I mean, a lot of Dan Lawrence is coming at a time when, yes, now we're playing in a one-day form basically.
Inside edge, that'll be 4. Stroke of luck for Ben Foakes, but it's another profitable over for Surrey. 9 runs off the first 5 deliveries.
Whereas Ben Folkes came in at a time when obviously Dom Sibley was injured, so he came in at the start of the day when they still had to build to get to where they are now, didn't they? So, and obviously runs are coming very positively with plenty more positive batsmen still to come.
I suppose it's a situation where the greater your lead, the more risk you can take once you've established that base and the prospect of a defeat is increasingly off the table. That's when you can take more risks and try and score as quickly as possible to give yourselves as much time to take the 10 wickets.
But ultimately, Surrey can't afford to lose this, because if they do, they end up 7 behind. And then that just means that Notts turn up and say, right, okay, so they bring a very good bowling attack, and suddenly you're in a position where you've got to play catch-up. So a draw is no good to you if there's only a couple of bonus points between you, and then go into the last game, let's say Surrey are 5 points off Notts, then everything is out of their hands. But currently, it's very much in their hands, and that's why they're playing the way they are now.
We were saying not that long ago that the main goal for Warwickshire was to contain, and they did a good job of that as we came out after lunch initially. But just in the last 15-20 minutes, the runs have come a little bit more freely, and if you look at the ball by ball, it's a lot of singles as well. Sure, we had a few boundaries in the last over, but they're unable to keep a batter at one end. They're in a situation where it can be quite difficult to execute what you're trying to do, given the game situation.
Well, they obviously, I mean, Warwickshire know what Surrey are trying to do here. So at the same time, they don't want them to get too many runs too quickly, because if they do, then they're going to be batting at a time when they're chasing more than they want to chase. So, that's exactly where they are. But ultimately, any ball that is dropped short into the leg or offside, you can easily get a single. I mean, if you just dropped it, so that's why they've got to be fairly close. But at the same time, if you create any width, you can carve it over point, and that's when you get your value for your 4 instead of potentially 1.
Ed Barnard into the attack from the pavilion end. Whipped into the leg side by Ben Folkes, and they scamper through for a quick single. From a Surrey point of view as well, the rain's just eased a little bit.
It is looking darker over Clapham, but that's still remaining a little high at the moment. So, potentially another 20 minutes, half an hour of cricket. So maybe our stint wasn't as short as you thought it might be.
It's amazing how the conversation's changed since you came in. Before you came in, we were talking about trains, our favourite train lines in London. No danger of that with Ali Brown in the hot seat.
Actually, the train is my friend. I used to... it has definitely become my friend.
Do you have a favourite rail network?
Well, I actually live 2 minutes from a railway station, 2-minute walk from a railway station. So, I mean, it's only a small one, and it was created for the derby at Epsom. So, so I'm quite lucky in that regard. And when I first started playing, it would take me about an hour. So I used to live in Purley, and then ultimately Belmont, which is between Sutton and Banstead, and then Epsom for the last few years. But of course, all the flats that have gone up, so is the time to get in. So my journey in now takes in where sort of small little shops used to be, great big flats. They've even stuck an American embassy in there as well, just to make things a little bit tougher. But yeah, so my route went from an hour to probably hour and 45, hour and 50 to get in. So, and then someone decided to put in cycle lanes, and that made it even tougher. So so ultimately the train is massively my friend, because I can get up here in about an hour and relax while I'm doing it. So
when you were a player here, where did the players generally live?
There's a mix, really. I mean, that was probably the difference between playing in Surrey and playing at Notts. The difference was, in Surrey you get some players, and the likes of, back in the day it was Adam Hollyoake and Ian Salisbury would live in Clapham. I lived at, I said, originally Belmont. I used to live 3 doors up from Mark Butcher. We used to live at number 52 and 55 in Belmont, Sevenoaks Close. But and I was probably a little bit unfortunate, because I lived very close to Joey Benjamin. I mean, God rest his soul, amazing guy, but he couldn't drive for toffee, and he couldn't read an A to Z either. And a lot of people probably go, what is an A to Z? Because you just plug into your Waze or your maps, or and you'd like to share the driving as well. So Joey he also lived in Sutton, and so he lived about 2 minutes away from me. And if you shared the driving, it's quite nice. You might be able to close your eyes for a bit or do whatever you want. But if I close my eyes and Joey was driving, I just wouldn't know where I'd wake up. So yeah, he was a tremendous guy. It's just driving wasn't his strength. But yeah, so I was in that area. Then you might get some of the guys lived in sort of Reigate, that sort of way. So it was quite a mix. We were never particularly close to each other because you all lived in different areas. Those in London, often Clapham, those in Sutton, Epsom, Banstead, that sort of area, and Reigate, Guildford even. So quite spread out, whereas at Notts we all lived within about 10 minutes of each other, which meant you'd spend more time together. I think one of the joys of me moving to Notts was that actually I gave up 2.5 hours in the car as a round trip. So I spent that in the gym at Roco, which was quite nice. So I'd go for a swim in the morning and be very relaxed and go, it takes 5 minutes to get to work. So that was definitely an upgrade.
Lawrence looks to flick it through the leg side again. Doesn't quite get hold of it. You get the sense with Lawrence, it doesn't really matter what your line is. He is able to hit anything through the leg side if he so wishes.
Well, he likes to play that way, and he is part Malloy, part Mohammed Azharuddin, isn't he? I think the way he's trying to play, and yes, that is the strength and the shorter side of the boundary. So, if he gets one of those away, he's going to pick up 6. And I said, Surrey will want to up this to 6, 8, 10 and over to get to their preferred target.
Yeah, it feels a little bit tighter for Ben Folkes. There's a man in close on the leg side, and likewise on the offside. Slightly more difficult for him to rotate the strike.
It's quite funny when I was driving in, when we had here originally, when we had Sky Games, we were talking earlier about the floodlights and how we used to have floodlights on the ground. So when Sky originally came in here back in the day, we had 4 or 5 floodlights on a...
Oh, full and straight, big appeal. Not given. Really good Yorker. Accurate Yorker from Hannah and Dolby. I think just a little leg side.
But in those days, Sky would take up a lot of room. Can't really tell from that angle. Yeah, but Sky would take up a lot of room, and hence that meant there was less parking in the ground. So Steve Rickson, when he was our coach, he suggested that it was a good idea for me not just to drive in here, but also to pick up another player. And that player happened to live in Walthamstow. And he hadn't.
What?
Yeah, exactly. And he hadn't quite.
That's not been thought through.
No, it wasn't. And he said, "Yeah, I'd like you to pick up Mo Akram, and because we've got to share cars." And I'm like, "All right, so you want me to drive to E17 and to come back?" And when I said, "No, I won't do that because it's going to take me about an hour and a half to get into the Oval, and you're trying to put on another 2 hours on my journey just because there's no parking space." So, but
You in his bad books? Is there some sort of punishment?
Yeah, look, I don't think. I mean, look, he had a very good CV at New Zealand and New South Wales, and I don't think he quite got to grips with us as a group. I mean, yeah, he didn't know the locations, and I did explain to him. So I've got to get in there and then get over there and then come back, and that's not really going to work for me. So. But yeah, I mean, there were times with Steve Rickson when he was our coach. I remember things not going very well one year. We were like looking like we were going to get relegated, and then we had a good back end of the year, and we actually finished, as it turns out, 3rd in the county championship in Division 1. And the prize money for finishing 3rd was nothing. So, and we looked like we were going to get beaten by Kent, who finished 2nd by about a point, and we had to come back on the last day of the season at Hove, and yeah, so we were due to come back there, and we just needed 2 wickets, and we were going to get that within 20 minutes. Sack Lane was bowling, so Steve said, right, everyone's going to turn up at 9:30 like we would do for normal. Everyone's like, give us a bit of slack, come on. We've fought back from potential relegation to comfortably staying up and almost finishing 2nd. And anyway, it's a
Slower ball, and that's deposited. Not quite into the stands. 1 bounce for Ben Folkes. Picked the slower ball early. couple of those in the over from Hannon Dalby. And this time it goes to the boundary. 8 runs from that over. Sorry, 275 for 2 after 76. And they continue to motor along very nicely. That lead now 273. We've been playing for pretty much an hour since the resumption.
Yes, so to cut a long story short, Steve Rickson said, we went to turn up at 9:30. I think we turned up, some of us turned up around about quarter to 10 o'clock, which didn't please him at all. He was livid, absolutely livid. Mark Ramprakash and Jimmy Orban were 2 that turned up maybe after 10, which we were delighted about, because if Ramps turned up after 10, you know, he was never going to get rid of him. He was an absolute gun. So to which Steve, he said, if I'd known you're going to turn up at this time, I wouldn't come back next year. To which Jimmy Orban said, God, I wish I'd turned up at 20 past 10. And a few of us thought it, just didn't say it. But what I would say is that when I was on in the first session, the houses that started to disappear are beginning to disappear again, and that means that rain, which is already at the ground, is on its way in from where it came from this morning.
Yeah, I think this might be it for now. The rain's suddenly just got a lot heavier, and as Ali says, the houses in the distance are becoming harder to see as the rain gets heavier. You can see the dark grey clouds that are lower than the ones we had above us earlier are coming towards us, so it looks like we're going to have another rain delay. I think it's unlikely to be like the one we had 45 or so minutes ago, where they were off then basically back on again straight away.
I think in cricket terms, often people talk about Afsif's brother sort of popping in, filled in, and of course Asif played for Warwickshire as well. But yeah, it is fairly deep in there, and as I said, the rain has come, and I think this is more likely to be a longer stay off the pitch.
Yeah, and unlike when we went off last time, the big white covers are coming on straight away, so I think that is bad news for the time being. Surrey's progress has been stalled by the rain. We're going to leave you for now, but stay tuned to the Surrey social media channels for any updates on when we are likely to return.
Interestingly poised though, isn't it? Where was it? 2-7.
Full range for some considerable period of time now, I think.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that's where it came in from last time. And
I can't see where it came in from though, because it's too rainy. I can't see it. It's just space.
that is. So
It's grey space.
what I'm saying is it's a bit
Summer, you
deeper.
know it's not raining inside though, yes?
No. That's exactly. You know when I looked at you, so I thought, is there a leak in here?
Yeah. Samo is inherently distrustful of all roofs.
Yeah, that's it. I thought it's coming through the asbestos or something like that. It's got a special glue top on.
It's warm enough when you need to be a bit warm.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you had
It used
some,
I think
to
it's
live
very
in my bag.
I wasn't sure if you had some
Which would-
special ACS friends coming today. You needed to wear an anorak to be identified.
It's no, I mean,
You're the same as me.
I-
though. I like something that's sort of half.
it's been 4 months in Dubai, sitting in my bag.
Right, okay,
You
yeah.
know, obviously never coming
Obviously
up.
never
because
coming
I just
up.
lived there.
Yeah, okay. Jesus.
Yeah, it's
Right, I'm going to go get the great Yas Rana.
if I wanted to get to the scorers across there, how would I get in?
Um,
That's right.
yeah. You would. I'll take it. It's fine. That'd be the easiest way. That's the easiest way to do it.
Okay, well, we'll see what maybe in an hour's time or whatever.
Yeah, well, let us know. I'm just going to get Eric.
Then say hello to Debbie and Mel.
Yeah, great. What do you want to do? Do you want to go now? I'll grab you.
Okay.